Fantastic. Can we have our permanent witnesses, starting with the AG's office?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mwemba Traxons Hamianda, Director for Cobabot Province. Thank you.
Chair, good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. And good afternoon, Ndola City Council. My name is Darius Chimezalilami, Assistant Director from Office of the Auditor General, Cobabot Province. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lovinda Sinyani from the Planning and Research Department in the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Ndola City Council. My name is Mlenga Chama, sitting in for Accountant General. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Good afternoon, Ndola. My name is Achubuya Davis, Assistant Director, Local Authorities Department, Ministry of Finance Audit Division. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. Ndola City Council, you're welcome. Good afternoon to you. My name is Joyce Kuvansa from Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Commission.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cecilia Lupenga Malunga. I'm Chief Human Resource Officer, Local Government Service Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk's office.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Maxwell Chireka from the Office of the Clerk.
Good afternoon, Chair. Emmanuel Walia from the Office of the Clerk.
Honorable Member for Mitete.
Gracious Soul Chairperson, Ndola City Council, Town Clerk and your team, sir, you are welcome to your committee. Mutelo Mishek, your humble servant from Mitete. As we go into the discourse, be calm. Just take your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, and welcome to your Local Government Account Committee, Ndola City Council. I'm Honorable Dr. Aaron Mwanza, Member of Parliament for Kaumbwe constituency in Petoke District of the Eastern Province. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you, the honorable members, and good afternoon to our permanent witnesses. Ndola City Council, good afternoon. Welcome to Mandevu constituency, where I'm privileged to represent the good people as their member of parliament, the good people of Mandevu as their member of parliament. My name is Christopher Shakafuswa. Thank you so much. I'm the vice chairperson of the committee.
TC, I represent the wonderful people of Chasefu constituency in Eastern Province. My name is Mishek Mtetwa Nyambose, and I'm privileged to chair your committee. Town Clerk, you are welcome once again. You can now take us through your report.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members of this committee.
Maybe a preliminary issue is on page 22. We have made amendments on the schedule, total unspent funds. That schedule have made amendments guided by the Office of the Auditor General. So that is the report we are going to pick, and you may wish to note that the areas of amendments on the funds received per constituency for the year 2023. I will just read for your own guidance. Ndola Central, on the column for funds received, instead of 27 million, it is 28 million 198,221 kwacha. So this figure is the same for Kabushi, Bwana Mkubwa, and Chifuvu. Take note. That has a ripple effect, or it affects the total funds available. So the total funds available, we have different figures. I will start with Ndola Central. Ndola Central, it is 52 million and 25,223 kwacha, meaning 52,025,223. As for Kabushi, it is 51,695,135. Bwana Mkubwa, it is 51,998,458. Last but not the least, Chifu, 47 million, 47,435,685. So take note, those are maybe slightly different from what you may have or picked, but those are the figures that we want to use as guided by Office of the Auditor General. The figures that you submitted to them have not yet been approved or qualified. I don't know which technical term, but those are the figures that we may use for this for the purpose of this interaction. So you can now proceed, Town Clerk.
Thank you, Chair, for the guidance and correction. Chair, my report to the committee is paged up to page 42. And I would like to, 41, Chair, I would like to make two corrections only in the report, with your permission, Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The first one is on page 19.
Page 19.
Page 19, Chair, on the action taken. I would like to make a correction on the action taken on the last sentence that says, while council initiated breach contract proceedings. That sentence, Chair, is supposed to read, while council deducted liquidated damages from the amount payable. The last correction, Chair, is on page 20, which is just the next page. On the bottom, cause of query, budget, funding and expenditure. In the sentence, line number 3, which starts with the MLG RD stroke 101 stroke 22 stroke 157 guided council to adjust the 2023 budget. It reads to adjust that for 2023 following. It should basically say to adjust the 2023 budget. That's the last correction, Chair.
Okay. Wonderful.
Chair, page 1, Ndola City Council, under the paragraphs of the Auditor General, the first query is failure to maintain asset register and stores registers. Chair, I'll proceed to the management response.
Correct.
As you have ably guided that you have studied the contents and the Auditor General's report in detail. The Council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wishes to state that the delay to update the asset registers was caused by the assigned officer awaiting engaged officials from Ministry of Works and Supply to assign asset numbers and inscribe the assets. The officers had completed Ndola Central constituency and were working on the remaining constituencies at the time of audit. The action taken: the Council management wishes to report that the assets were assigned numbers, inscribed, and the grader insured, while the community hall was branded. The asset register was updated accordingly. Appendix A refers to the pictures of the inscribed assets, the insurance cover, and the updated register. At Appendix A, Chair, these documents are there, save for the insurance, which is a loose document with my Director Finance here. I had requested him to carry the original, having forgotten to attach the photocopy. Chair, the remedial measures on page 2. We are merely repeating the action taken in the table, where we have said the number of assets queried in each constituency and the amount involved in the purchase of those assets and the action taken, which I have just read. The remedial measure, Chair, the Council management wishes to report that an ongoing schedule of work where the officers at the Ministry of Works and Supply work hand in hand with the stores officers at the local authority is in place to ensure that all assets procured for each constituency are timely inscribed. And that's the reference that we've made to A, Appendix A. The second query, Chair, it is delayed completion of project paving of Kansenshi Market. Chair, the response of management is on page 3. The Council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditor and wishes to state that this was caused by misinformation among marketeers. The word marketers, Chair, I beg your pardon, must read marketeers, who had stores on the area earmarked for paving, and secondly, inadequate capacity by the contractor who exhibited poor workmanship, which resulted into termination of the contract on the 2nd of September 2024. The action we've taken, Chair, the Council wishes to report that the contract was terminated on 2nd September 2024, and management engaged a new contractor who took possession of site, and steady progress has been made to rectify the defects and complete the projects. At Appendix B is the document, Chair, which is speaking to the termination of contract. The remedial measure, the Council has put in place the following: extensive engagement of stakeholders prior to commencement of projects to avoid resistance when implementation has commenced. Management ensuring strict adherence to contractual timelines, which is Appendix B and 4, are correspondences that we've now been communicating with the contractor. On page 4, Chair, the query: delayed completion of works, construction of an ablution block at Inkwazi Primary School. The cause of the query: The council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors on the delayed completion of an ablution block, which was caused by the changes in the scope of works requested by the school, which subsequently resulted into the change of the contract price from 417,126 kwacha to 484,510 kwacha 94 ngwe, which adversely affected the project delivery date. The action we've taken, Chair, is on page 5. The council wishes to report that the contractor was granted an extension to compensate for the lost time, and the ablution block was completed and commissioned. We've put a picture of the ablution block as it is now. The remedial measure, Chair: management will ensure stakeholders are extensively engaged during project technical appraisal to provide any modifications to standard Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development designs to avoid variations and further delay. Chair, Appendix C1 to Appendix C5 are all documents relating to the correspondence from the school requesting for change of the designs, and in particular, which was key, was to take care of the physically challenged children, which was not in the design. And therefore, there was consent by the parties that we do those changes, and in the process, we delayed the project as we had to start the necessary obtaining of authorities. Chair, the next query is on soft loans, page 5. Questionable awarding of loans. Chair, on page 6, there is a table from the Auditor General which shows the loan which was paid and what the applicant had applied for and what we paid as excess. The cause of the query: the council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wishes to report that the Constituency Development Fund Committee received supplementary applications from the 3 applicants, citing price fluctuation of materials on the market due to the passage of time. Further, the schedules available at the time of audit are the disclosure of the initial loan amount applied for, a recommended disbursement amount, and the final disbursement amount, which in itself didn't sufficiently recognize the supplementary application received as they are standardized. The action taken: the council management wishes to report that a sensitization of the community was undertaken on the importance of the inclusion of contingents in the applications, as well as shortening the submission period of applications once approved by the committee to the bank. The council paid the loan amounts to the 3 applicants following the approval by the Constituency Development Fund Committee and subsequent approval by the Provincial Local Government Office, which documents were forwarded to the bank for payment. The remedial measure, Chair, is the council management to ensure all payments are paid as approved by the Constituency Development Fund Committee timely and make timely adjustments. Chair, at Appendix D1 to D3 are the applications that the 3 individuals applied for to the CDF for top-up when their loans were delayed to be paid by the bank. And we have also attached the minutes of the CDF approving to top up to the 3 applicants on account that prices of what they had intended to do as loans had changed.
Maybe a matter of guidance.
Thank you, Chair.
Just read through the report.
Thank you, Chair.
Responses and queries, and it will come later.
Thank you,
You
Chair.
don't need to start responding because we have not asked anything yet.
Thank you, Chair.
So just read us the report.
Thank you, Chair. I'll proceed to page 7. I'm guiding. Overpayment of loans. Cause of query: Council management acknowledges the auditor's observation and wishes to report that there was no overpayment. However, there was a miscommunication in the grand total figure submitted to the provincial local government officer for approval. The action taken. The council management wishes to report that a letter was written to the provincial local government officer to correct the grand total figure. The remedial measure. The council management will continue to ensure payments are checked and paid as approved by the Constituency Development Fund Committee. The other refer to Appendix E, E1 up to E2. Kavushi constituency, query A, construction of Mukuba Police Post 2022. Cause of query on page 8. The council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wishes to state that the cracks were observed on 7th February 2022, of which the defects were communicated to the contractor to rectify, which had not been rectified at the time of inspection by the Auditor General. Action taken. The council management wishes to report that the cracks on the spoon drain were repaired and outstanding grazing works done. Remedial measures. The council management now engages contractors to undertake works as opposed to labor-based. Refer to Appendix F, F1 to F4. Page 8 again, Chair. Construction and installation of culverts, Kafubu Ward 2022 allocation. Cause of query on page 9, Chair. The council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditor and wishes to state that the contractor did not provide adequate detour at the site to allow the concrete blinding to cure, thereby making a loaded motor vehicle to pass on the culvert, causing cracking. The contractor was not overpaid in any way, as the total amount paid of 173,771 was paid in 2 installments, the first being 135,961 and the second being 37,810. The action taken. The council management wishes to report that the defective concrete was repaired. We've shown the pictures, Chair, of the repaired. Remedial measures. The council management ensures that current contracts are given to competent contractors who understand site obligations, such as road signage, and also ensures that authority letters are attached to payment vouchers. Refer to Appendix G, G1 to G3 speaks to this query. Page 10, Chair, secondary school boarding and skills development, duplicated student names. Management response. The council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors and wishes to report that management realized that the Constituency Development Fund Committee for Kavushi approved the 5 students to undertake 2 different driving skills, namely CE, C1 and B at different driving schools. The students attended to both courses at different intervals and completed. Management deduced that this was intentional by the Constituency Development Fund Committee for Kavushi after thorough study of the sponsored students list. The action taken. The council management conducted a reorientation of the Constituency Development Fund Committee members and clearly guided that a student qualifies to be sponsored to get a skill one at a time and not concurrently, as it may deprive other students. The remedial measure. The council management has enhanced the scrutinizing of the lists of students sponsored for skills development to avoid one student being sponsored for 2 skills at the expense of other students. Refer to Appendix H, H1 to H3. Page 11, Chair. Failure to pay for approved skills bursaries beneficiaries. Cause of query. The council management acknowledges the observation made by the audit and wishes to report that this was due to the lengthy verification process that was still ongoing at the end of the year for students who had reported for training for the purpose of invoicing. Further, late submission of invoices for payment by affected training institutions led to the funds not being paid in the year under review. The action taken. To address this issue, management engaged the institutions that did not submit the invoices on time and requested them to do so. Arising from the same, the payments for all the outstanding invoices for skills development beneficiaries were paid. Remedial measure. To prevent further delays, management has strengthened engagement with institutions to ensure invoices are submitted promptly once approvals are granted to streamline the bursary payment process and prevent recurrence of similar delays. Refer to Appendix I, I1 up to I12. Bwana Mkubwa Constituency Community Projects. A. Delayed completion, construction and rehabilitation of drainages and installation of culverts in Dambo Road in Mushiri 2023. Chair, the response of management is on page 12. Cause of query. The council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditor and wishes to state that the delay to implement the project was caused by the contractor not having technical personnel on site. Action taken. The council management wishes to report that the project manager had to instruct the contractor to halt the works until technical personnel were made available on site to avoid shoddy works. The contractor complied with the instruction and the project was completed. Having issued the instruction to halt the works in order to avoid shoddy works, management could not charge liquidated damages on the contractor. Chair, we have provided the picture of the completed culvert. Remedial measures on page 13. The Office of the Town Clerk ensures strict adherence to the contractual obligations of ensuring that the right personnel are always on site as stipulated in the bidding document. Delayed completion construction of boundary wall fence at Twatemwa Primary School in Kantolomba 2022. The cause of the query. The council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors and wish to state that the implementation of the project was delayed by land disputes between hostile squatters and the school over boundary extents. Action taken, page 14. The council wishes to report that the project was completed, commissioned, and is in use. We've provided the picture of the wall fence. Remedial measure. The council ensures that land ownership is confirmed before contracts are awarded to avoid delays due to land disputes. Refer to Appendix K, K1 to K4. Failure to pay for approved skills bursaries beneficiaries, secondary school boarding and skills development bursaries. Cause of query. Chair, the council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors regarding the 122 approved skills bursary beneficiaries. The delays were primarily due to late submission of invoices for payment by affected training institutions, as well as some students not reporting for school. Action taken, page 15. To address this issue, management engaged the institutions that did not submit the invoices on time and requested them to do so, as well as replacing students that did not report. Arising from the same, the payments for all the 122 outstanding skills development beneficiaries were paid. Remedial measures. To prevent future delays, management has strengthened engagement with institutions to ensure invoices are submitted promptly once approvals are granted to strengthen the bursary payment process and prevent recurrence of similar delays. Refer to Appendix L, L1 to L4. Chifubu constituency, variances on approved amounts projects, cause of query. Management acknowledges the observation made by the auditor. However, it was observed that the auditor mistakenly picked the completion of a 1x3 classroom block as 547,120.09 instead of 947,129.09 as per approvals from the provincial local government officer. Hence the variance. The action taken. The council wishes to report that the conveyance notification showing the approved projects is available for verification. The remedial measure, the council management will ensure continued adherence to the conveyance as communicated by the provincial local government officer. Refer to Appendix M. Page 16, Chair, construction of Mutambala Clinic. Management response. The council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors and wishes to state that the building design was varied by consent of the parties, council and contractor, which in turn led to the use of fewer quantities of woodwork items such as single flush doors, boards, mortise locks, double doors, grill doors, and door frames, with a total cost saving of 18,700 kwacha, which was not paid to the contractor. This was in response to the request made by the user client. Action taken. The council management wishes to report that the project was completed with variations made by the parties to suit the request of the end users. Page 17, Chair, is the picture of the project in question. Remedial measures. The council ensures that stakeholders are extensively engaged during project technical appraisal to provide any variations to the standard Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development designs to avoid variations. Refer to Appendix N1 to N4. Construction of Chifubu Local Court. Chair, the management response is on page 18, cause of query. The council management wishes to acknowledge the observation made by the auditor mainly caused by the request council made to the contractor to ensure that landscaping and spreading of stones was undertaken a few days before commissioning. Action taken. The council management wishes to report that the landscaping of the frontage of the newly constructed local court was finally completed. The Chief Justice launched and upgraded the building from a local court to a subordinate court. We've provided pictures of the upgrade and the launch. Remedial measure. The council ensures that projects are commissioned timely to avoid escalation of costs. Refer to Appendix O. The next query, Chair, is delayed construction of Kanyanje Health Post Maternity Wing. The response is on page 19. The council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors and wish to report that the contractor abandoned site without proper explanation to the contract manager. The action taken. The council management wishes to report that in accordance with the contract terms, the final accounts were prepared to facilitate claims for any damages. In order not to delay the project, the remaining works were advertised and the contract was awarded for completion of works. The new contractor is on site undertaking remaining works, while the council deducted liquidated damages from the amount payable. Remedial measure. The council management ensures that contracts are awarded to financially stable.
Just go back to the last sentence. Can you read what is in the document?
Yes, Chair. This is where we made the correction.
Oh, okay.
The last sentence should read, while council deducted liquidated damages from the amount payable. Thank you, Chair.
You can make progress.
Thank you, Chair. Secondary school boarding and skills development bursaries, sponsorship of overaged students. management response is on page 20. The council management acknowledges the auditor's observation regarding the sponsorship of students above the eligible age limit and wishes to state that the application submitted to the provincial local government officer had inaccurately included overaged applicants whom the Constituency Development Fund Committee had approved. The action taken. The provincial local government officer did not approve the overaged applicants, and subsequently management did not spend the funds on the overaged applicants. Remedial measure. Management ensures adherence to the Constituency Development Fund guidelines. Refer to Appendix Q. Chair, I now go to the appendix which were in tabular form, budget funding and expenditure as provided by the Auditor General's office. Chair, this was just tables without narrations. However, management has responded to the tables. We understood what the queries are in the table. The first cause of query in this table, Chair, is that council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, through circular number MLG RD/101/22/157, guided councils to adjust the 2023 budget following the withholding of 115,681 meant for insurance of motor vehicles and balance on disbursed amount as shown on the table below under action taken. Chair, that is on page 21, our action taken and how the table reads with those adjustments as directed by local government. Remedial measure. Management will continue to adhere to guidance from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Refer to Appendix R. Page 22, Chair, is also Appendix 2, which was a table on unspent funds. Management response. Management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the unspent funds are as the result of brought forward projects from 2022, which were being implemented in 2023, and interest earned from the revolving accounts, while the balance brought forward were for ongoing projects. The action taken. The council management wishes to report that the brought forward projects have been implemented. And the table on page 23, Chair, shows the state of implementation. Remedial measure. The council management ensures that projects are implemented within the project duration to avoid spilling over. Refer to Appendix S to S23. Appendix 2, Chair, is unspent funds on community projects. The management response. The council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the unspent funds are as the result of brought forward projects from 2022, while funds for 2023 projects implementation were funded in the last quarter of 2023. On page 24, the council action taken. The council management wishes to report that the unspent amounts have been spent. See the table below. Chair, we've provided the table as the stance is. Remedial measure. The council management ensures that projects are implemented within the project duration to avoid spilling over. Refer to Appendix T to T3. Appendix 2.2 is unspent funds on empowerment grants. The action taken and the cause is on 25. Management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors and wish to state that the unspent grants under Bwana Mkubwa constituency was as a result of selection process which took long and led to delay in the approving of the beneficiaries, while Kabushi constituency did not have a constituency development fund committee to consider the grants by then, and the conveyance notifications of ministry approval was secured in the subsequent financial year 2024. The action taken. Management wishes to report that the applications for empowerment grants were approved and funds dispersed. And the table shows the funds that we've dispersed. The remedial measure, management continues to adhere to the provisions of the guidelines, refer to Appendix U1 to U2. Appendix 2.4 is also a table, secondary boarding and the skills development bursaries. Management response to the table. The Council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the unspent secondary boarding and skills development bursaries was mainly due to late invoicing by institutions, students failing to report to their respective schools, as well as part of the allocation being reserved for returning students. Action taken. The Council management wishes to report that all the training students and returning students have been paid for and students replaced. 27, secondary boarding and skills development. We've provided the table of how we've spent. Remedial measures. Management ensures that there are prompt payments for secondary boarding and skills development bursaries. Appendix, refer to Appendix V1 to V4. The other table, Chair, is Appendix 2.5, unspent funds administrative costs. Chair, the response of management is on 28. The Council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the unspent administrative cost was as a result of funds reserved for project monitoring activities which commenced later in the year. The action taken. The Council management wishes to report that the administrative costs have since been utilized, and we've provided the table of the utilization. The remedial measure, the Council management ensures continued adherence to Constituency Development Fund guidelines by executing monitoring activities in time. Refer to Appendix W1 to W4. Page 29, Chair, community projects. The cause of query. Management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors and wish to state that the projects were delayed due to dispute over the boundary and change of project from a footbridge to a 1x3 classroom block, respectively, and retention of projects due to non-successful bidders. The action taken. Management wishes to report that the projects which were still work in progress have been implemented. See the table below. The remedial measure. Management ensures timely and completion of projects and avoid change of approved projects. We refer to Appendix X. Page 30, Chair. Appendix 4, community projects for management's response. Management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the delay in implementation of projects were due to non-responsiveness of projects at procurement stage and changes in the projects to be implemented by the CDFC. The action taken. Management wishes to report that the projects which were still work in progress have been implemented. See the table below. The table, Chair, goes up to page 32. Remedial measures. Management ensures timely completion of projects. Refer to Appendix Y. Appendix 5, Chair, is the table on analysis of performance, youth, women, and community grants. The response of management is on page 33. Council management acknowledges the auditor's findings and wishes to state that the information on the table was not adequately filled in order to show the approved amounts, number of applications, and disbursed amounts. The action taken, Chair. Management wishes to report that the compilation of information was completed and it is presented as shown in the table below. Further, unsuccessful applicants for the year 2023 were encouraged to reapply in subsequent periods, and priority was given to repeat applicants. The amounts that are underspent on grant in the period were allocated to a future period as a balance brought forward to benefit the grant beneficiaries of the following year. The balance brought forward from the year 2022 was utilized in the financial year 2023. Remedial measure: management ensures strict adherence to CDF guidelines. Refer to Appendix U1 to U4. Page 34, Chair, is a table analyzing the performance of soft loans. Management response. Management acknowledges the observations made by the audit and wish to state that the balance brought forward from 2022 was not disbursed due to late guidance from the Ministry on the management of loans. Page 35 is the action taken. Management wishes to report that the loans were disbursed. Refer to the table below. So page 5, Chair, is the table of the disbursement of the loans. Page 36, remedial measures. Management ensures strict adherence to constituency development guidelines. Refer to Appendix Z to Z3. Appendix 9 is failure to recover loans. Management response. The Council management acknowledges the observations and wishes to state that the Council relied on Treasury and Financial Management Circular number 15 of 2022, which gave guidance on the role of the local authority in the management of loans, which the Council's role was to facilitate the process. The action taken. Management wishes to report that notifications were sent to the beneficiaries of the loans. In addition, the transfer or disposal of assets is restricted as they are assets belonging to the Council until the loans and the interests are fully paid. However, a request for information from the bank of the signed loan agreements, forms including individual loan statements, was submitted, of which the response from the bank was that the information was confidential and could not be used to recover the loans disbursed by the bank. Page 37, the remedial measure. The Council management will ensure that assets procured using the loans component are procured through the bank and ownership of the assets is retained in the Council, in the local authority. Refer to Appendix AA to AA1. The next table, Appendix 10, is secondary boarding and skills development bursaries. The management response, Chair, is that the Council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the performance on secondary boarding and skills development bursaries was mainly due to students failing to report to their respective schools as well as returning students. The action taken. Management wishes to report that the students are still in school and management has continued to pay for them, and those that did not report were replaced. The table below shows the status of students that have graduated. Remedial measures. Management ensures strict adherence to Constituency Development Fund guidelines. Refer to Appendix V to V3. Page 39. Appendix 11, beneficiaries of secondary boarding and skills development bursaries who did not report. Management response. The Council management acknowledges the observations made by the auditors and wish to state that the delay in replacing students was due to reconciliations which were not concluded at the time of audit. The action taken. The Council management wishes to report that the students who did not report were replaced. The remedial measure, the Council ensures prompt replacement of non-reporting students. Refer to Appendix A and B, which is replaced students. Page 40, Chair. The Appendix 13 table is analysis of performance of desks. Management response. The Council management acknowledges the observation made by the auditors and wish to state that at the time of audit, the desks were still being manufactured. The action taken. Management wishes to report that all desks have been delivered. The table below, Chair, shows the performance of the desks that have exceeded the target of 3,620 to 3,880. Remedial measures: the council management ensures that there is timely delivery of goods and services, and refer to Appendix AC. The last page, Chair, is Appendix 15, failure to monitor projects. The response of management: management acknowledges the auditor's observation and wishes to state that the failure to monitor projects in the financial year was owing to the logistical challenges, as the monitoring team commenced with the monitoring of community projects before proceeding to monitoring of empowerment grants as scheduled. The action taken: management followed the monitoring schedules and ensured that the empowerment grants were monitored accordingly. The projects have since been monitored. The remedial measure, Chair: management has ensured a comprehensive monitoring program covering all the components of CDF and is drawn and approved by the respective constituency development fund committees at the beginning of every financial year. We refer to Appendix AD. Chair, I submit.
Thank you so much, Town Clerk, for your submission. I wish to now invite points of clarifications from the honorable members. Honorable Dr. Aaron Mwanza and Honorable Mtelo.
Thank you, Chair. We go to page 1.
Page 1?
Yes, yes. Oh, sorry, page 2. Delayed completion of project paving at Kansenshi Market. This is a project that was awarded to Sombo Investment to do paving at Kansenshi Market at a contract price of 714,314. The end result is that the contractor was paid 231,841, leaving a balance of 482, 5 months after the expected completion date, and the contract was terminated on account of having inadequate capacity and the contractor procuring pavers that had not been specified in the contract. My questions of clarifications are: when we look at the Appendix B, that you have supporting evidence to support your action, why did it take, I mean, there's 10 months between the time that the project came to an end. There's no justification, there's no correspondence to account for this time in terms of extension of time given to the contractor. When what is the final settlement account? Because the only finances that are given in the contract is that the contractor was only paid 231,000 kwacha and he left a balance of 482. So we would like to know what was the final settlement account, and at what price did you engage the second contractor? Even where's the correspondence? The main reason why you terminated the contract for this contractor is that for Sombo Investments is that there was lack of capacity and poor workmanship. Why the said contractor can have no capacity during implementation when the said contractor had the capacity at the bid evaluation for award of contract? For now, that's all.
Thank you so much. TC, you may respond to those 4 questions. We may lose track. Allow the TC to answer to those 4, and then you come in. Yes, Town Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will begin with the capacity. There are 4 questions. At the bidding time, the contractor exhibited capacity and only at implementation. Chair, I want to agree that when we are evaluating, we relied on the submitted documents and the qualifications of the engineers that are employed by the contractor, and he happened to be the best evaluated bidder. But when we noticed the poor workmanship and delays in the implementation of projects, we realized that he lacked capacity in terms of competent people. The reason is that there was no undertaking of due diligence before final settling for the best evaluated bidder, whom we could have first visited. So the over-reliance on the submitted bid documents misled the council, believing he had the capacity. But when it came to implementation, we found that the company was lacking to understand the job that they needed to do. On the price, at what price did we give to the person to complete the uncompleted works, as well as the correction of the wrong pavers or the poor workmanship of the pavers? Chair, what we availed to the new contractors is the balance on the project, 482,462. So this was through limited selection. My head of procurement will speak to it if he is able to comment, where we were able to look for people that are competent who had done paving in the city, and we were able to point to what they had done. Then we reviewed what is available, and then they gave us 3 quotations and we selected one. So it was the balance that we gave as the price at which we engaged the new person to go and complete the uncompleted works. Chair, for the final settlement and at what was paid, I will ask maybe my Director of Engineering to say something on the final settlement of the accounts for the contractor who failed to do the paving and what we paid him. But on record, we did not pay him beyond 231,847. The other query, Chair, was the time lapse from the time that we moved in to correct the contractor. According to the honorable member of the committee, it took us 10 months. There were 2 issues at Kansenshi Market. The first delay to complete the project was not caused by the contractor, but a misinformation amongst marketeers, because the initial concept was to pave even where there are stores that were temporarily erected using wooden and steel structures. And so marketeers, when they saw the contractors working, they felt that he was only paving the frontage and not to disturb them where they were. It had to take us and the Member of Parliament to address marketeers and persuade them to dismantle their structures and allow the contractor to have access to all the spaces around the market. And that is partly the cause for the delay in terms of on the side of marketeers. On the side of the contractor, it was repeated instructions from the engineering that my director will be able to speak to, which they would correct him. If you look at the correspondences in B, were many, and he was not adhering to. So over the period, Chair, we must admit we lost the time to just the 10 months. Chair, that's what I can say on the 4 questions, but on the final settlement, maybe my director can assist me.
Before I allow follow-up questions, I'll ask Director Engineering the final settlement.
Thank you, Chair. We conducted the final settlement with the contractor, and we must say that at some point he wasn't agreeing to the figures that were payable to him. He was contending the termination, but we arrived at figures where we were able to pay the 231 and kept some monies for rectification of the the defects, the areas that we are not happy with, which is part of the 482 balance that remained from the total cost. That allowed us to engage now the contractor who is on site to be engaged at a total sum of 331,000 kwacha. It's within the balance of the 482. Thank you.
So when you are terminating and you are doing the final settlements of accounts,
yes, sir.
he still has some liability to deal with the defects again.
Where we noted the value of the defects and we retained that money so that it could be used to rectify.
Can you show us the account so that we are moving with you? It shouldn't just be a story. But this is strange. Maybe technically direct with Dr. Manza. Is it correct? Your mic should be off. Let's learn from him, because what you're bringing is strange.
Yeah, okay. If, based on his submission, you have said on page 2 that on page 3, sorry, the council wishes to report that the contract was terminated on 2nd September 2024 and management engaged a new contractor who took possession of site, and steady progress has been made to rectify the defects and complete the project, which means the second contractor is rectifying the defects and completing the project. Why did you deduct some money from the first contractor to rectify the defects, which should not have been the case? Because here you are stating that the contractor, second contractor, took over.
Was the one responsible.
Was the one responsible. And this contractor, he just received a letter of termination on 2nd September. That is 10 months after the official duration of the project. So he only received the termination letter on 2nd September 2023. Now I've asked the question, what correspondence with regard to contract management was ongoing between the client and the contractor within these 10 months? Only what you've supplied us is just a letter of termination. You just terminated the contract, and of which the TC is explaining that it was not a problem of the contractor in terms of the speed of implementing the project, because there was a problem with the marketeers. So how do you just terminate a contract, and also you even retain some money to fund the next contractor to rectify the defects? Also read us the letter of termination. Maybe we can have details. The letter
Let's
of
allow them,
termination.
Doc. We have asked very good and pertinent questions.
Yes, but they should read the
They
letter
will.
of
I'll ask
termination.
them to read.
Yeah.
Can you read the letter of termination and respond to the queries raised by Dr. Manza?
Thank you, Chair. The letter of termination of the contract for construction and placement of concrete pavers at Kansenshi Market. Reference is made to the above.
You can put down your mic so that you are audible enough.
Okay, thank you. Reference is made to the above subject matter and clause B of the contract for the contract for service executed by Ndola between Ndola City Council and yourselves, dated 31st August 2023. We also wish to inform you that the Ndola City Council has decided to terminate your contract for service due to your non-performance and substandard workmanship. Your claim in the appeal letter your claim in the appeal letter are not valid. Kindly be advised accordingly. kindly acknowledge safe receipt of the same by signing on a copy hereof.
Honorable Mutelo, there are other questions? This one just to ask you to read the letter of termination.
Yes.
Now,
Yes,
Honorable
Chair.
Mutelo.
Yes, Chair.
Wait, let me ask Honorable Mutelo to make a follow-up.
I don't know
your mic.
The letter that you are reading, sir, you may put it off now. Because why he asked that question, the letter in here and in here, if we were to give it to you to read, would you accept that so that we give you our books?
Don't
So
apologize before you read.
So you have not seen. Would you be kind enough so that we give you and you read?
Go ahead. We want the people to learn. He is reading. You have read yours. Secretariat, get a copy.
Get any here, or you can get all of them.
Why we are doing so is we want to be moving together. As I indicated that we read this. Yeah, let's give the director engineering so that is the same person who read the first one and the second one.
Chair, I would like to apologize that this copy
we want
is
you
not
to read
clear.
before that apology. What are you apologizing?
You cannot, sorry Chair, with your indulgence, you never apologize for anything you've not committed. Even where we go, what they say is admit first. So we want to follow you. What are you apologizing for?
I'm admitting that the copy
Your mic,
that has been attached to this letters, to this appendix. Yeah.
So why did you decide you leave a clear one, then not knowing what the chair has, to Dr. here and myself, a blurred one. Appendix B. Why? Why did you put the town clerk is for easy reference so that we flow together? I don't want to make conclusions. The chair shall.
Is this a country magnifying glass? I can help anyone.
Since the glasses are different, the vice chair has nice ones.
Town clerk, I said in the morning, this is deliberate. We were talking to another witness from the Copper Belt. It's either the date stamps. You will not see anything, even the dates on the date stamps. Where else you have got the good date stamps in your offices? You put something blurred that no one can add. Whatever magnifying glass you have, you can't read. And this is evidence you give to us. That's why you knew, before you could even see, you were apologizing. So we wanted to take note, because before you could see that, you were saying, we apologize, because you knew what you were doing. So we accept, because this is what you are doing. And you think that you are doing it to this committee. You are not helping yourselves. Honorable Muteo, then the Vice Chair.
Who is the second contractor? Where is the contract agreement between Ndola and this contractor who later did some works? Where is the evidence of what you've termed as steady progress has been made? How are we going to know now that, yes, there is steady progress? They gave you an example to say this, not good. In your appendixes, you've not given the evidence to show that, look, this contractor is doing good job. Sometimes we just say, why do you fail to help yourself? I'm accepting this new one known by you, by name, contract is keeping. The good thing is, Chair, he could be having it in the pocket. Your colleagues before you would say, no, we came with the contract, it's here. So if you have also carried it, we have no problems, tell us. But couldn't you just help yourself and your committee to say, look, some good works now are being done. Town clerk and your team.
Town Clerk. Thank you, Chair. Chair, we were guided not to apologize for what you do not know. Now we know what the apology should be. It is the faint production of the termination letter, and we unreservedly apologize for producing such a fence, almost the first page of the termination contract letter, which honorable members have had difficulties to read, including ourselves.
Strange, just for us. Yours, readable. For this committee, we accept that apology.
Chair, the second is who is the second contractor. I must admit the second contractor is not in the booklet or the memorandum submitted to your committee. For the reason that I will explain, Chair, the contractor was engaged after the compilation of this document. And with me here, the director carried a site possession which did not come to the National Assembly then. Then I also have a contract document.
Chair, with your
Let us allow him.
with your indulgence, I said they came with it in the pocket.
We know where they...
But you know what you did. What you did, you said there's a mistake here. The Vice Chair sitting, chairing. You said, he said, can you read? Then you, sorry, there's a what? There's a mistake. Number one, we'll come to number one. Then you said, my officer has carried the insurance cover. If I can give you, I have crossed out that question because I asked, where is the insurance cover? You were able to mention, I can give you this evidence. Here. The moment you mentioned it, I did what? So that we save on time. You cannot come with information and then you hide it yourself. No. If that is the contract, we do ask the chair through secretariat. It is photocopied and given on to your committee.
And we gave you a chance to bring anything that you have. And it was not a joke, your mic.
Chair, maybe they also have some evidence on the works done. Because that's your nature. You have.
Chair, the evidence we have is the site possession certificate and the contract that we have.
No work has so far been done.
There is work, Chair, that has been done.
Where is the evidence for that work?
Chair, with your permission, today when I woke up, I saw something on social media, people commenting on my phone, where the pavers have been removed and getting replaced at Kansenshi Market, commenting by the general public about the warping of the old short works that were done.
It's on the social media. Thank you.
And what they have shown you is the move, the marketeers leaving site to pave way for the works, not what he has asked. What are the latest? Because you have written in your report that there is a steady progress. So I wanted to appreciate the steady progress. And town clerk, feel at home. In fact, if there is any one of you officers who is still carrying any information you feel relevant that can help you, give us. The problem that we have from our side, we read. We take our time to read this. So this is where we are. Mind the other questions that were asked by Dr. Mwanza. I will ask the Vice Chair. He had a burning follow-up question. It's a different one. It's a different one. Okay, on this question.
Chair, I think it was Honorable Mwanza who asked a question as to how they came to realize that the contractor had no capacity. And the town clerk indicated that no due diligence was
correct
conducted. And I want to agree, Chair, by just a very small observation. Are you able to read the name that you signed against in this document? Just the last page
of your report.
Chair, just to show that they don't check through. And I'm asking this question, Chair, bearing in mind that the City Council had allowed people above 35 years, and thank God it was the PLGO who intercepted, meaning at their stage they did not check through. So when you look at even at the name that the town clerk signed against, the name is written in a different way. I don't know whether you realize that your name was even misspelled. Just the very last page. But to me that is not an issue. The issue is, Chair, he admitted that no due diligence was done. And a clear example is their office allowing people of above age to be paid for until PLGO removed such name. So it's not a question but just a comment to show you that they do not take time to look at what they do.
Due diligence. The comfort that you have, town clerk, you come and you do these things, then you come and say, we admit no due diligence was done to select this contractor, which is against the expectations of your office. So what is just trying to illustrate is that there is I don't know what kind term or good term I can use to describe that. Even your name, just giving an example, you are George. He was indicating that you take note, you don't take note, and he even went further, TC, to bring out one of the most critical query where no due diligence is done by, is it Director City Planning and his team, only the applicants for bursaries, for skills bursaries. So many over age, over 35 years. It has to take the provincial government officer now doing the work that you are supposed to do. So, town clerk, these are the observations. But I want, before I admit another question, there were critical questions that were asked. Can you respond to them before
with your indulgence? I'm tempted. Dr. Sungumba said, no, it's okay. To me, it's not okay. Is that your name? Town clerk, where you signed last paper, is that your name?
Chair, my name is George Mlenga, and I want to admit that E is omitted in George.
You are not answering.
was
Where you have signed, is that your name?
That is my name, Chair, with misspelled E omitted.
You know,
If they write Mashek,
we know what we undergo. I'll tell you. If there's one letter on a certificate or a diploma not matching with your NRC, it ceases to be your paper till you undergo a DDPO. For the sake of progress, is that your name?
Chair, it is my name misspelled.
Yes. So if your name is misspelled, is it your name?
We are just enjoying it to show you that
if your name is misspelled, it is not your name. But you went ahead doing what? Signing.
Just bring it to you.
No wonder you said no due diligence was taken. You take your work casually, not here. These, I ask through your chair, have to be given back to Ndola. Let the name be corrected. Or him asking through you that we do the what? The collection. Because now this report is not from Town Clerk George Mlenga.
Town Clerk, you have to make an amendment so for the sake of progress.
Chair, I unreservedly apologize and request that your committee accepts that I amend the word George to insert the E which was omitted.
Now yourself as George now.
Yes,
not this one was a different person. This one was Gorge. So for the sake of progress, we accept that we are going to amend accordingly. That was just to demonstrate how serious this committee is, and it emanated from the point where casually you can tell this committee that we selected the contractor without doing due diligence. Very serious issue. And we saw the result of that negligence, short works, and those short works is money spent, time wasted. So it's a concern. I will allow the vice to come, but after you respond to those other two vice chair, there were 2 or 3 questions that were critical that you will need you to respond to with your director engineering.
Chair, the critical question was who is the second contractor? And where is the evidence of that second contractor? Chair, the answer is the second contractor is called the Igwe General Dealers. And the documents that speak to the engagement of the second contractor, Chair, is the contract. We have a copy to lay before your committee, and the site possession which the director carried.
We shall humbly accept that. So
there was another question. Chair, more especially that it is Igwe.
The other question was why it took 10 months. 10 months, and what was the status of the first contract, the financials, the financial closure? When was it done? For the 10 months that contract was still running, or the period, what was happening? What were the correspondences between you as the council and the first contractor for the 10 months lapse, long period, before Igwe was contracted. We shall need that Igwe contract and the site possession to our secretary so that we can put in our report. But we want you, engineering and town clerk, to explain to us what was going on. 10 months, almost a year.
Chair, the explanation that I gave was that the delay of this project was twofold. The misinformation amongst marketeers, not wanting to move their makeshifts or stores, believing that the contractor was only paving the frontage and the back of the market, not affecting where they are trading. It had to take us an engagement of the market committee, marketeers, the member of parliament in addressing them, and finally they agreed. We lost time through that process.
10 months.
Not really, Chair. We also had another contributing factor, the contractor, who seemingly, whilst on site, looked incompetent. Hence the short works that the auditors picked. And there were repeated corrections and reminders between engineering department and the contractor. Not until we finally concluded that he didn't have capacity, we needed to terminate the contract. That's when we terminated.
There was something mentioned by the engineer that defect liability or payments, the council withheld some money from the first contractor who failed. Now, the financial closure, at the end of that relationship between the council and the first contractor, what were the payments? What was the closure? What were the accounts looking at? And if you had closed, it meant that that contract was terminated. So the question is, why, if it was terminated at that point, why did you withhold? Is that the standard? It's because it sounds strange. You terminate, you should close. You agree with them that this cannot continue running. We are not satisfied as the council. You as a contractor, you have failed us. Non-performance of this. So we are closing here. And when you are closing, you close up the relationship. But why still hold money from this same person? Then you procure another contractor whilst withholding this money from this other contractor.
Chair, with your permission, I will correct my director of engineering. The contractor's money was not withheld. The contractor was paid the money as found by the auditors. And we also condemned the works that he did as depicted in the pictures. And we decided to terminate his contract. And they had to close only with what he has done as the perfect section of paving. What was poorly done was not supposed to be paid for, and that is being addressed by the second contractor. There is no money that we deducted from him.
We appreciate that explanation. That's why most of the time we ask, do you go through, you should know your reports. And this is our director of engineering. We are not going to go in that detail or that direction. Since you as town clerk, I hope he's also satisfied, because he's the main man over this. So for you to be differing, giving contradicting statements, is not good, especially coming from a technical person like director engineering, who is the supervisor. He says something else, then the town clerk is saying something else. So Doc, on this one, I'll ask a short one before I ask the vice chair.
Okay, still, we appreciate your explanation about the impasse that was there between the marketeers and the client. What we are asking is to see how fairly this contractor was treated, because the only correspondence that you see in Appendix B or
Is
just
it termination?
Is just a termination, letter of termination. Well, that is why they made it not very clear to us. That's the only, because that problem of the marketeers and the council, it is not contractor's problem. Therefore, he needed to be informed that for now we are still settling the matter concerning relocation of these marketeers. Meanwhile, you wait until we can determine this contract. But there was nothing until just the 2nd September contract is terminated. When we go to Appendix B, the marketeers, there's a Kansenshi marketeers corner of blah, blah, blah. There's a letter, they met, and they expressed shock and concern that you took these marketeers by surprise by just taking a contractor on site, and the contractor wanting to execute his work. The minutes are here. There are basically 3 points. We are not for the idea of demolishing and removing the shops and booths while paving the market without proper resettlement plan. Then we do not accept to be relocated to the unknown site. The 3rd point is, as marketeers, for instance, the project was announced on Monday, 21st August 2023, and 22nd August, we are told to prepare to relocate. By 25th August, we were told to relocate by 25th August. That was just 2 days before the contractor occupied or took possession of site. In summary, it is our considered view that the WDC should have engaged the market committee on the project identification, prioritization early enough. The question is, in the CDF projects, WDCs identify a project. Identifying a project does not mean that it is this WDC committee that identifies a project. It is the grassroots. It is the end users, the people themselves that list what type of projects to be done in their area. That is the decentralization. This project, was it identified by the marketeers, the people themselves, or it was imposed on them?
Correct. End there so that they respond. Town clerk.
Chair, the project was identified by the people themselves through their leadership in Kansenshi ward. The application for this project was made by Kansenshi Ward Development Committee.
How do you reconcile with the minutes where the marketeers are complaining with that?
Chair, there is background information which is not in the minutes. Marketeers had wanted 2 projects: paving the market as well as demolition of the old structure and rebuilding it.
Which marketeers? Are they the ones who
the Kansenshi, yes.
The ones who complained in that minute?
Yes, so these minutes are speaking to those 2 aspects of what they would have wanted to start with than the other. And this is the issue that I said we resolved with the area member of parliament and them.
The issue there, I think we want to close on this one. Allow me to close. The issue here that is coming out very clear, and no wonder it has taken more than 10 months. There was a resistance because the people themselves did not feel that this was a priority project for them. They were told 2 days before that you have to move. Hence you had to engage even the MP to start now going back to them, firefighting. If it came from them, all this was not going to happen, and the project could have been done within a short period of time. So this is what you should pick. Do not impose projects on the people. Let the people themselves do that. That's why now, even today, they said progress is taking place. Some reasonable work is taking place. The reasonable work that you have received through social media is that people now are vacating. And why now? Because you have told them, please let them move, so that we tell the committee that things are moving.
Vice Chair, with your indulgence, things were in the background. How do we know? Just by you telling us, no, in the background. When they are shocked. Why are they shocked if things were in the background? Agreed. No wonder you had to bring the area member of parliament. You don't do that. You first sensitize the community. That's
Honorable
what to
member,
do.
let me allow the vice chair. You had your hand for a fresh question.
Chair, I would like to move to page 5, question about awarding of loans.
We go to page 5.
Where the council approved a list of loan applicants, Great Thinkers, Tapermouth Papers, and Solid Tech Cooperative had applied for loans totaling 281,530. However, it was observed that the 3 beneficiaries were awarded and paid loans amounting to 450,000 kwacha, resulting in excess payment of 168,470, rendering the awarding of the loan questionable. I have gone through the responses by Town Clerk and team in your report. My first question to you, Town Clerk, is where you notice that your officers have done something wrong, what are you supposed to do? I'll end here for now. I want to get your response. Thank you, Chair.
Respond before he comes up with a follow-up.
Chair, where I notice that my officers have done something wrong, I am supposed to reprimand them for discipline. I am supposed to discipline them.
So in this case, why didn't you take disciplinary action?
Chair, the disciplinary action was not taken in this aspect because the approving authority, which is the CDF committee, approved the top-up of loans to the 3 applicants and not necessarily my officers. So the minutes of the CDF convinced me that it was their intention to give these 3 applicants more money and responding to their top-up applications.
The chairman had given you immunity, and in giving you immunity, he told you not to mislead the committee.
Correct.
Let's go to what you say is the approval by your CDF committee. Chair, I wish you to take note of the following.
Yes.
That the said CDF minutes that he's referring to are dated 27th September 2023. The applications to top up the funds from all the 3 clubs, the 2 applications are dated 30th September. Take note. 30th September, application to top up. Approval, 27th September 2023. Let's go to Appendix D. The first letter, Chair, is there. And of interest also is that all these applications were received on the same day, which is the 2nd of October 2023. So on Appendix 2, if you are there, the first letter is
Appendix
from
B?
D.
D.
The first letter is from Solid Tech Cooperative. And also the WDCs approved All the three applications were approved on the same day. So after the loan application forms is the second letter. Town Clerk, have you seen the first letter and the date?
Chair and members have seen it.
Maybe we go step by step, Chair, as we the first question that he has asked. Do you confirm the dates?
Yes, Chair, I confirm that the first application from the Appendix D1 is dated 30th September 2023.
Second application, Chair, from Great Thinkers Mount Purpose is also dated 30th September.
Chair, I've seen it, yes,
D1?
it is dated 30th September.
They're in the same ward?
Chair, I may not know, but I know they are all in Ndola Central Constituency.
Director Planning. Director Planning. Is the WDC the same person who was approving?
I beg your pardon.
We are trying to first to establish, mind the question that has come, but we are trying to establish. These three applicants, are they from the same ward?
They are from Kansenshi ward.
Kansenshi
Ward.
is a ward?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
Chair.
The same WDC.
The same WDC chairperson.
And they were all applications on the same date.
They were submitted on the same date by the same WDC because submissions come from the WDC chairperson. Then we receive them.
Okay. Then the CDF committee to approve the same application was held before 30th. Before the applications on the 27th.
According to what we have submitted, Chair, that is the indication. Maybe it's maybe the stamping issue or the date issue.
No, it's not the stamp. It's the date of the minutes, Chair. So the third letter is from Stepper Mount Purpose. It's dated 29 September. Now let's go to the minutes. Are you at the minutes, Town Clerk?
Chair, I'm following the minutes, yes.
Yes. Can you read for us the date?
Read for us the date.
Read for us the date.
Chair, the minutes read minutes of the 47th Ndola Central Constituency Development Fund Committee CDFC meeting held in the Council Chamber Civic Center, Independence Way, on Wednesday, 27th September 2023 at 10:30 hours.
So what do you make from his fears and the concern? Are you trying to mislead this committee?
Chair, I am not trying to mislead the committee, but I want to appreciate that the committee is observant, that the CDF committee had already decided to top up before the applicants could even bring applications.
We adjourn for 10 minutes. Give us time to look at this report. The meeting is adjourned.
And the committee has just adjourned for some minutes, and at the moment the committee is receiving a submission from Ndola City Council, which has been led by the town clerk, Mr. George Mlenga. Remember that the Committee on Local Government Accounts is considering the report of the Auditor General on the Constituency Development Fund for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. Stay tuned to the station that is dedicated to bringing Parliament closer to you. We'll get back as soon as the committee is done its deliberations and when it calls the witness back. Stay tuned. Parliament TV, dedicated to bringing Parliament closer to you.
Parliament is open to members of the general public who may wish to undertake familiarization tours of Parliament buildings, either in groups or as individuals, or to attend sittings of the House or parliamentary committees. All those wishing to visit Parliament can either write to the clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia or simply come to Parliament buildings. Upon arrival at Parliament buildings, visitors are required to identify themselves. A passport or national registration card is required for identification purposes. All visitors to parliamentary premises are required to wear smart attire, either office or casual wear. Before gaining access to the galleries, all visitors are oriented and issued with passes by the Security Department at the Media and Visitors Center. Those whom permission is granted to sit in the galleries will be ushered to the appropriate galleries by protocol officers. Furthermore, visitors are not allowed to take with them into the galleries such articles as walking sticks, umbrellas, briefcases or parcels of any type, newspapers, magazines or cell phones. All such articles must be deposited at the reception desk. Visitors to the galleries are given copies of the order paper which shows the order in which the business of that particular day would be taken. You can follow all parliamentary sessions and committee sittings on GoTV Channel 28, Topstar Channel 5, DSTV Channel 272, Parliament Radio, or like the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page.
The Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, the Right Honorable Ms. Nelly Butete Kashumba Muti, State Council, MP FAPRA, regrets to inform the nation that Ms. Roy Ngulube, Clerk of the National Assembly, passed away on Monday, 7th April 2025 in Tashkent, Uzbekistan at 20:35 hours Uzbekistan time after a short illness. Ms. Ngulube had accompanied the Right Honorable Madam Speaker on official duty, where she is attending the 150th Interparliamentary Union Assembly and related meetings. The National Assembly of Zambia is shocked by this sudden loss and acknowledges Mr. Ngulube's distinguished service to the nation, most of which was in the public service spanning over 3 decades. Mr. Ngulube joined the National Assembly on the 15th of April 2002 and rose through ranks. He served as Assistant Committee Clerk, Executive Assistant to the Secretary General of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, from 2006 to 2008, Executive Assistant to the Honorable Speaker from 2009 to 2015, Deputy Clerk Procedure from 2016 to 2017, and Deputy Clerk Administration from 2017 to 2022. Mr. Ngulube was later appointed Clerk of the National Assembly of Zambia in September 2023, the position he held until his untimely death. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Zambia, a jewel in the center of Africa. offering a wide diversity of fauna and flora. Zambia's national parks are waiting to welcome you. The Luangwa River is the lifeblood of the South Luangwa National Park. In the dry season, inland pools and lagoons dry up, and the river remains the only permanent source of drinking water in the valley. A wide variety of grazers are forced to share the riverbank, in an uneasy truce with the resident predators. For tourists, these extreme conditions offer one of the greatest concentrations of game in all of Africa. In addition to antelope, the park is well known for its huge herds of elephant and buffalo. South Luangwa National Park can also boast of the highest number of hippos per square kilometre in Africa. As the river recedes, these giants jostle for space in the deep water. And when disaster strikes, reptilian scavengers are more than ready to capitalize on the feeding opportunities. But crocodiles are not fussy eaters and will happily join the numerous water birds in cross-species fishing parties. Pelicans, storks and herons exploit the shallow water for an easy meal. If the action dries up at the pools, there will be plenty happening at the riverbank, where the vividly coloured carmine bee-eaters make their homes. In Luangwa, you are not confined to the range of the game vehicles. Walking safaris were pioneered in the park and offer an up-close and personal wilderness experience. When the rains arrive, the Luangwa Valley is transformed. Although largely inaccessible to visitors, it's a boon time for the animals that can leave the crowded river for private inland sanctuaries. But when the seasons turn, they will once again be drawn back to the Luangwa River. Fittingly dubbed one of the greatest wildlife sanctuaries in the world.
Experiencing the rhythm of the wilderness as its residents come to life.